group 2 here. On the roof. Wind picks up. Wrecking havoc. Marshall, the far end, Marshall. We are live. Please watch our language. And the leader is Gabriel, followed by Abun, Tola, Sebastian, Gavin, and Eric. Fastest lap from Abun, 17.5. Someone went into the polar gap. The leader is still Gabriel, 8-second lead over Abun. Then we have Sebastian moving up into third, Gavin, Tola, and Eric. Pasha in the middle. Thank you, Sean. And the wind picks up again. All is now. We have extreme weather conditions here on the roof, making things very difficult. We're at the halfway mark, 2.5 minutes to go. Just under 2 minutes now. Sebastian back on top now. Best lap of 17.3. Abun 17.5. Gabriel 17.7. Marshall in the middle. Oh, everyone is jumping sideways. Running, going offline. Must be the wind. Crosswinds here on the roof. Just over a minute remaining. Seconds remaining, and it's still Sebastian with a 19-second lead. Not sure how that happened. It is 19 seconds in front of Gabriel in second, and then we have Abun third, Gavin, Tola, and Eric. Next up, group 2. Tola gap. Oh, careful. Careful, don't jump, don't run on the ramp. Watch it. Careful, careful. Get free, don't run around. Okay, all cars are done. Sebastian takes the win here, 16,502. Gabriel in 2. Arun 3, Gavin 4, Bola 5, and Eric in 6. Here we have tornado conditions once again. It is coming up. Next up, group 2. Andrew, Bay, Rama, Joe, and Basti, 5 cars. And the door cannot close because the wind is too strong. And our live camera is swinging in the breeze. Group 2 please. Andrew, Bay, Rama, Joe, and Basti. Someone help me close the door. The door cannot close, the wind is too strong.
Oh, terrible.
Marshals from group 1 please. Marshals from group 1. It's not, why are you running?
No, I think I'm making good.
No, you because you fly you out. Waiting for Joe, yeah. Marshals from group 1? Group 1.
Your live camera, where is it?
Huh?
This camera is like. Can you only turn it a bit to the left?
Okay. Waiting for Joe to check in. And then we'll push to go. Joe checks in. No more laps. Cars to the start. Start order. Andrew, Bay, Rama, Joe, and Fazli. Okay. Drivers ready. Marshals ready. Let's go race. Andrew, Bay, Rama, Joe, and Fazli. Marshals from group 1 please. Thank you. Good job guys. Andrew comes in with a 17.6. That's left. Bay, second, Rama in 3. There we have Fazli and Joe. Laps in, and Andrew, your leader. 3 laps now. On pace for 17.5 left. Looks like conditions got even more difficult here with the wind picking up here in Q2. Big wind playing havoc here. Very difficult with the jumps. Having to judge what is happening with the wind, making those big knuckles even more treacherous. And rising to the top now is Fazli Ibrahim up on 5 has a 0.7 second lead over Andrew. Andrew comes in for 18.8. Here comes Fazli. Rama goes for 18 flat. Fazli drops 2 seconds with a 20.8. Rama still running in third, 2 seconds down on Fazli. So it's Andrew, Fazli, Rama, Bay, and Joe. The running order. Thank you, Jake. We have a guest Marshall. So Jake, just be careful when you run out. Slow lap there for Rama, drops him down to 4th position. We have Andrew, Fazli, Bay, Rama, Joe. Oh, problem for Joe. Joe just saw off the second gear. Marshall in the middle. Rama then upside down, careful. Careful when you run. Less than 2 minutes to go. So, Fazli, your leader. By 2.2 seconds over Andrew. Then Bay in third, Rama in fourth. Then we have Joe in fifth. One minute to go. 1 minute. Watch it, Gabriel. Watch it. Yeah. Next up, group 3. You're up next in less than 1 minute. 40 seconds on the master. Seconds remaining. Good going, guys. Finish the lap you're on. Fazli and Andrew, you're done. Rama, you're done. Waiting for Bay. Joe, you're done. Here comes Bay. Gray's done. All cars done. Thank you. Fazli takes the win. 17.502. Takes provisional DQ for the round. And Andrew in second. Bay 3, Joe 4, and Rama 5. Next up, group 3, group 3. Group 3 will have Ismail, Nicholas. Nicholas, it's your turn now. Julian, Don, and Sean. Julian, Don, and Sean. Yes, it's you now. Group move up to Marshall, please. Can we have you guys? So firstly, Andrew, Bay, Joe, and Rama to Marshall. Okay, all checked in. No more laps. Cars to start. Can we have some marshals over on this side? Yep. Thank you. Sub order. Ismail, Nicholas, Julian, Don, and Sean. Drivers ready? Marshals ready. Let's go racing. Ismail, Nicholas, Julian, Don, Sean. Big win, big win. Very difficult indeed for this first guys here in Group 3. And we have Ismail up in the lead, followed by Don, Sean, Nicholas, and Julian. One minute down, very quickly. I think we haven't experienced such wind conditions up here as strong as this for quite some time. So Ismail your leader, followed by Don, just 5.5 seconds back. Sean in third, then we have Nicholas and Julian. Two down, three to go. Oh, we have a problem for Don. Watch it, watch it. He's now on pace for 18.5 laps. That's lap 16.3. Sean Lee 16.3. Nicholas 16.3 as well. Nicholas goes up to third position. Very close, rather gap between Nicholas and Sean, 3.8 seconds. Oh, problem for Sean. Then we could possibly see Nicholas move up to P2. Yep, Nicholas goes up to P2. Sean, you're just 1.1 seconds behind Nicholas. And you see the two of them back to back on the track as the wheel picks up again. Nicholas comes in with 21 seconds. Sean goes 18 seconds, goes back up to P2. 1.5 minutes to go. Don in 3 and Julian in 5. Don in 3, Don in 4, and Julian in 5. Your leader is Ismail. At this time it looks like it's a 1 lap lead for him. Sean comes in with a quick 16.9 with Nicholas. Has fallen a little off the pace, 1.5 seconds back the last time round. Looks like it'll be a much bigger gap now. He comes in. No, Nicholas goes P2, 17th lap. So sorry, okay, it's a 1.4 second difference. Oh, problem for Sean. And he loses left rear wheel. 30 seconds remaining. The wind dies down a little. Keep going, guys. We have just over 10 seconds on the master clock. Just now you're done. Nicholas, you're done. Waiting for Don and Julius. Keep going, keep going. So, wow, what is that? What gap is that? The Don gap. Waiting for Don to finish.
I think that's
All cars are done.
I mean, ahead of you.
Okay, I'll check.
Right, you started in front of me, right? Yeah. Your start was quite fumbling. It should be ahead of Nicholas.
Yeah, one.
Oh, yeah, it means whatever.
Hả? What? Nhà bố à, nhà bố.
So with a correction there, it's Julian who finishes in P2 ahead of Nicholas in 3, Don in 4, and Sean with a DNF will finish in 4, 5. Okay, we will restart group 1 again. Let's take a 5-minute breather. We will only run 4-wheel drive after Q3, okay? So at the end of Q2, this is now your provisional DQ. Julian in P2, Nicholas 3, and Don in 4. These are your top 4. Andrew 5, Fazli 6, Ray 7, Rama 8, Joe 9, Sean is 10, Gabriel 11, Sebastian 12, Abun 13, Gavin 14, 15 is Bola, and Eric is 16. Alright, we are not resorting again.
Is there a ranking list that I printed out already?
Not yet. You haven't come out yet.
Yeah, please.
So group one we will restart in 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
I think you take a tape down the board, otherwise the board will fly.
That's why I was shouting at the corner, guys, be careful at the second gate. Because there was a high, it reached so high, you can actually. If you take the wrong line, you will just fly out.
You can leave the squeegee, you know. If it's dry already, leave the squeegee. Yeah. Correct. You can go faster, you know. You're gonna turn off. You finish already, done already, is it? Done already, like. That one. Next time I got problem, new sideline for you.
3 minutes to start. 3 minutes. Sebastian, Gabriel, Abun, Kevin, Tola, Eric.
Hey Gabriel, it's not you ready lah, kita lah. Top 4 direct unit. Oh yeah. Oh. Forget it lah, forget it. Ada kejuaraan, kita ada kejuaraan. Hey, ini apa ni? Oh, you should be now hit. Just now the
Okay, so we have Abun, Kevin, and Tola.
You think so easy want to call out
Abun
later?
is out.
Kevin
Kevin,
itu gampang
Kevin.
Then Abi how? Abi up lah.
Hey, can you check Kevin and Tola?
Sorry, they play PUBG it's like they play PUBG.
What?
The airport games. Go PUBG. Andrew never jaga the brother lah. Play PUBG je inside. Happy play game. Training the finger left and right. Bola lagi ha? Waited. I mean on the way out, just off the program.
Okay, start order will be Sebastian followed by Gabriel, Abun, Kevin, Tola, and Eric. You check in?
Shell is too low.
Okay, drivers ready. Marshals. Who's that? Marshals from group 3, yeah? Group 3. Is Sean out? Huh? Fixing something. Okay, guys, we need someone on the left hand side. Is Tasdi group 3? Yes, Tasdi group 3. Thank you. Drivers ready. Let's go racing. Sebastian, Gabriel, Abun, Kevin, Tola, and Eric. Marshall in the middle. In the middle. Wow, wrong direction there. Sebastian comes in with a 69 left 1, that's a 75 left 2. Abun is 3 seconds behind second. Then we have Kevin. Tola moves up to third position. Kevin is 4. Gabriel is 5.
turn the camera a bit to the left.
Okay. One down for the Bulls. Gavin moves up to P2. Gavin, you're 7 seconds down on leader Sebastian Lee in the blue buggy. Oh dear. Looks like Zola will be back to his PUBG game. Too much grip. Sign that track has dried out. Too much grip. Gabriel, we are running in third position. Abu is fourth. Gabriel, you're only 2.4 seconds behind Gavin. Now a bit more after that incident, getting stuck at the ramp. We're at the halfway mark now, 2.5 to go. Your leader is the orange car. Oh, good pass there. The best in the orange pink wheels in front, black wheels at the back. Running his own style. Breaking the rule. Pink wheels are faster. 3 down to the goal. And we have Gabriel, Gavin, Abun, Eric. Is your race order? Oh, problem there for Eric. Eric lands on the crest. And Abun joins him. Coming to the last 60 seconds. And Eric seems to like the top of the mountain. Sebastian on pace for 18.5.14. Best lap of 16.7. Oh, goal for Eric. Keep going, guys. We have 30 seconds remaining on the master. Nope. Looks like there's some kind of a crosswind there. Everyone seems to jump to the right in the middle double. And Eric's there again, his favorite trajectory. Gabriel, you're done. Sebastian finished the lap, you're on. Abun is done. Sebastian takes the win. Waiting for Gavin. Eric, you're done. Just waiting for Gavin to finish the lap. All cars are done. Sebastian, 18.550. Next up, Group 2, Fazli, Andrew, Bejo, and Rama. Okay, all cars checked in here. Group 2. You need group 1 to Marshall, please, group 1. Group 1 to Marshall. Drivers from group 1 will be Sebastian, Gabriel, Abun, Gavin, Eric, and Tola to Marshall, please. Group 1 drivers, Tola, Gavin. Oh, okay. Tola, Gabriel, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, drivers ready? Start order. Fazli, Andrew, Bay, Joe, and Rama. Let's go racing when your name is called. Fazli, Andrew, Bay, Joe, and Rama.
This part, any turn to the left. Yeah, you can go. Turn left. Yeah, some more. Some more. Some more, some more. Some more. Some more. No, some. Some more, some more. Okay, okay. Okay, okay.
Taking the lead on lap 2, Rama. Leading by 0.1 over Fazli, Andrew, Bay, and Joe. Rama on the 18.507 Bay. The lead is 2.1, very close between Rama and Andrew. Rama on the wall right, coming to the big double, lands a bit short. Fazli goes by. Again, a big shot, and Fazli chases the jump. Rama drops to second. Andrew takes advantage of that, goes 2.2 seconds up. Bay running in 3, Joe in 4. Fazli at a 22nd lap drops to 5. Michael. Fastest lap, 16.7 by Fazli, 16.9 by Rama, 17 flat Andrew, 17.6 Bay, and Joe 17.7. Big air there by Andrew Tao. He has a new body shell color, pink and blue. And that's a pretty ugly body shell. Andrew Tao, your leader. Bay moves up to second, 2.1 seconds back. Rama running in third position, 1.9 seconds behind Bay. Bay running a new car, running an X-ray. Is it an X-ray car or X-ray shell? Oh. Bay running the green car, running in second. Fazli is just behind, 3.2 seconds back. Rama is running in third, 1.3 seconds behind Bay. Rama in the very nice painted pink and white steel toe. Rama from joining us this weekend. Some group racing here at Urban. This is round 3 of the Urban National Championship, or what we call the ABC Series. 1.5 minutes remaining. Andrew, you gotta pick up the pace slightly if you want to go into an 18 lap run. Your pace is a 17.501. 501.
Slow down. Hey guys, cable tie nha. Cable tie.
Rama moves up slowly but surely up into second place. It's just 3.7 seconds back. 1 minute to go. Rama making steady progress. Let's see what the gap is between Rama and Fazli. Only 0.3 seconds. Oh, Fazli has a spin out there under the ramp. We're losing a little bit more time against Rama. Fazli comes in with 19.2. 30 seconds remaining. Oh no! Fazli at the pipe. Keep going, guys. Andrew, you're done. 17.503. Ramadan, 17.505. Fazli done. Waiting for me. All cars are done. All cars done. It's not. Before we start.
The decoder is a bit of delay.
Decoder delay, laptop. Decoder delay, laptop.
Next up, group 3. Group 3. So everyone having to make guesses on what tires to run.
Correct.
Correct, huh? So high grip that we are running slicks here.
Try to use brake, Jake. Try to use brake.
Group 1, group 3. Ismail, Julian, Nicholas, Don and Sean. Is Sean ready? Can run now.
Use brake.
Nicholas, here's your run. Nicholas, your run. Just reminder.
Set bump me down already.
Huh?
Set bump me down already.
Bump you down. You, I don't know. No, no, I don't think so.
Lagi yang malas ya.
Nicholas. Nicholas.
It's not in that. It's not inside.
Inside, inside.
He went to the toilet.
No toilet. Gavin has a key.
He went to the toilet downstairs.
He's here.
We went to get lunch. Nicholas, you're next.
It's okay, it's okay. Oh, bateri pula. Yolah.
Let's start. Let's start.
Sorry. Okay.
Ismail, you all ready? Ismail? Waiting for Ismail?
Sorry.
Marshall's here from Bristol. Okay. Drivers ready. Marshall's ready. Let's go racing. Ismail. Julian. Nicholas. Julian Lindelof. Don. Julian, I think your transponder got some problem. Now you block your first lap. After 3 laps, we have Ismail, your leader. Let's see what Julian comes in with. Julian, you missed a lap again. One down, 4 to go. So Ismail on pace for another 19 lap run. round 1. Sean Lee not running this due to car problems. So we have Nicholas running in third position, is Don in second. Okay, but we do have one Julian too with a transponder problem. So we have to do some adjustments post race. 2 down, 3 to go. Marshall in the middle. Oh, Don rolls into the polar gap. Marshall in the middle, the big double, watch it, Rama. Three down, 2 to go. Nicholas on pace for 18.530. We should put him second for the round. Julian on pace for 18.515. Oh. Julian running in third position at the moment. One minute to go. Okay, so after this round, we'll be running the four-wheel drive. So those running four-wheel drive, do get ready. Thirty seconds to go on the master clock. After making some adjustments, it is Julian who is running in second. Ismail, you're done. Don, you're done. Nicholas, you're done. Waiting for Julian. Julian is one more left. All cars are done. Thank you. So 18, Ismail with a 19.509. Julian will come in second with an 18.515. Nicholas 18.516 and Don on the 16 left run. Next up will be four-wheel drive final number 1.
Finally.
And after the third round of qualifying, based on your 2 best runs so far, it is Ismail, your TQ, provisional TQ, Julian in second, Nicholas 3 and Andrew Dow in 4. Then Seth is just outside in P5. Fazli 6, Don 7, Day 8, Rama 9, Joe 10, Sean in 11. Then we have Gabriel, Abun, Kevin, Bola, and Eric. Here comes, it's now the ranking list printed up. Fazli, have you managed to get your four-wheel drive car all front and back running in the same direction yet?
Then you tell me to collect something inside.
Ranking.
We need drivers from Group 3 four-wheel drive class. Okay, 7473 who's that? Is that Fazli? Wallah.
Wait.
One more time, run through. 4103, that's Rama.
This is 2 run rank list, not the third one.
I thought I think.
The last one also you haven't played.
Okay. Fazli, can you run through Fazli? Okay, Eric, can you run through, please? Okay, let's see how we want to line up the grid. We'll line up on the upper tier. So starting in pole, Eric, Fazli, and Rama. 1, 2, 3. Huh? But then, okay, so we start down, but then don't worry, I will not, you all will go one lap, then I will start the competition. Okay, come on down to the,
Person starting second will get collected by time.
come down.
How many line up?
I think so lah.
Eric, Fazli, and Rama.
Any side lah. Or else we do nitro start on side. I don't mind. Let's do.
Not for two-wheel drive lah, we can't.
Who's starting goal, sorry?
Eric, Fazli, and Rama.
You start this goal lah. How? Ready?
No lah, cannot lah. Then it makes a mockery of qualifying.
So close lah.
No, I can do a delay. Don't worry, I can do the delay here.
No, but then you will take different from the back.
Okay, drivers, ready. I will do a manual start, okay? I'll just go.
Go start.
Let me clear my throat. No, I will. It's too near the line.
No, never do.
Okay, I try, Drivers ready? Let's go racing. On the tone. Okay, I'll just hold on. I will just sound the tone. No countdown. Let's go racing on the tone. Okay, copy us also down there. But it's oh no, Marshall. Come on, guys. Oh my god. Look three to Marshall, please. And Rama runs away with the lead. The rest still yet to finish the first lap. There's Rama, Eric, Fazli. Oh, good overtake there by Fazli in the air. It's been a while since we saw four-wheel drive running here on the roof. The running four finals will take the best 3 out of 4. It's Rama with a 9-second lead over Fazli. Eric running in third. Oh, Eric runs length shot, watch it. Sound effects from the driver. Two down, 3 to go.
Four-wheel drive. Just four-wheel drive. Three drive.
Huh? We haven't had a four-wheel drive for quite a while.
Next up will be group 1, yeah, group 1. For two-wheel drive, so please get ready. It's Rama, your leader now, by 1 lap. He's on the tail of Fazli, who's running in second. Best lap, Rama. Marshall in the middle. Lap time for Rama last time round. Fazli at a slow one, 19. Oh, Rama lane shot, recovers. There's an 18.6 lap time. Just over 1 minute remaining. Oh no, German got problems. Oh no. Eric, you can go for the overall win, Eric. Go for the overall win. 30 seconds. Eric has 5 laps to make up. should be the final lap. And all cars are done. Rama takes the win by 2 laps over Fazli. Fazli, you ran only 4 minutes. All cars are done. Rama takes final one here in 4-wheel drive class. Group 1, you're up. Sebastian, Gabriel, Abun, Bradin, Eric, Sola. Last track. Huh? Yeah, we've been running forward. Group 1, we start in 3 minutes. Run 3 or what? Group 1, Group 3, is it? You check the rank list? I thought I printed.
The rank list is 2 rounds.
Okay, how about group 3? I just printed.
You check the paper.
Nothing coming out. Maybe printer disconnected.
No. It's connected. Check the paper.
Okay, waiting for. Is Gabriel out? Gabriel? Yeah. Gabriel?
1 minute.
Gavin, okay. Where's Gabriel? So Gavin is coming out. Group. Okay, group 3. Group 3. We need you to marshal. Okay. Group 3. We need you to marshal. Group 3.
Was it our paper or what?
Yeah.
Group 3 to marshal, please. Group 3. No, Nicholas, we need you to marshal. Sean also, we need you to marshal. Sean, your car is fixed already. Okay. Councillor start. Start order. Sebastian followed by Gabriel, Abun, Gavin, Eric, and Sola. to the start. Drivers ready. Marshals ready. Let's go racing. Sebastian, Gabriel, Abun, Kevin, Eric, and Sola. Okay, last chance to make the show. The leader after 3 laps, Sebastian Lee, up by only 0.9 seconds over Gabriel. Then we have Abun, Sola, Gavin, and Eric. One minute down, 4 to go. Next lap, 17.4 by Sebastian. Marshall in the middle. What's it from? Sebastian pace for 17.504. So you need to pick it up a little. Get back those 4 seconds and go into an 18 lap run. Marshall in the middle. Oh, so Gabriel. The leader is the orange car, so yeah, okay, oh dear. Oh, that's one way to come back. Sebastian Lee. Tangling with second place Gabriel. Three down, 2 to go. Next up, group 2, group 2. Coming up to 4 minutes, 60 seconds green, back in the middle. Whoa. One minute to go. Sebastian, you've improved your pace slightly. 17.503. 1 second improvement. Oh, back to 504. Couple of 16-second laps and you'll be good, Sebastian. This looks a good one. 17.504. 30 seconds to go. And Sebastian is done. Keep going, guys. Finish the lap you're on. Abun done. Gabriel done. Gabriel finishes in second. Despite a very slow last lap, 29 seconds. Waiting for Gavin and Tola. And Eric. Eric finished the lap too. Here comes Eric. Eric's done. All cars done. Sebastian, 17,504. Gabriel, 16,509. Then we have Abun in 3, Tola 4, Gavin 5, and Eric in 6. Next up, Group 2, Andrew, Rama, B, Fuzzy, Joe. Hi, how you on? Good. You called? Sorry, missed the call. It's not me. So, oh, okay. Hello now? Hello? Hello? Okay, group 2, we'll start. All cars checked in. We need group 1 to Marshall. Thank you. The start order will be Andrew, Rama, Bay, Fazli, and Joe. After the start. Okay. Drivers, ready? We good? Group 1 drivers to Marshall, please. Okay, go there. Okay, here we go. Let's go racing when the name is called. Andrew, Rama, Bay, Fazli, Joe. After 2 laps, it is Fastly, your leader, followed by Andrew, Joe, Bay, and Rama. Oh, into a gap there. Marshall in the middle. Marshall. Gabriel. Yeah, for Joe. One down, 4 to go. Fastly remains your leader after lap 5. Best lap 16.7 by Fastly, Andrew 16.7 as well. 16.6 by Rama, the fastest lap for the group. .1 seconds separating 2 seconds separating first and second, Fastly and Andrew. Bay is another 2.8 seconds behind, Rama is 7 seconds back. We'll check on the lap time afterwards because Rama had a very long lap. Guys, after the next group, can we do a photo taking? Thank you. We are 3.5 minutes down, 1.5 to go. Fastly, your leader on a 18.507 pace. Andrew as well on a 18.512 pace. Andrew doing his best to get a direct spot in the A main. I know he's trying his best. Coming to the 4-minute mark. Oh, Uncle Joe goes stumbling on the wrong side of the track. 1 minute to go. So we have Fastly, Andrew, Bay, Rama, and Joe. That's your race order. Rama making up some lost time. He had a very long 25-second lap. Let's set him back, although he has the fastest lap has improved. Fastly Ibrahim, 16.2. 16.3 for Andrew. 30 seconds to go, guys. Keep going. We should be on our last lap. Guys, finish the lap you're on. Rama and Bay, you're done. Andrew, you're done. Fastly done. Fastly with the win. 18.507. Andrew 5.12. Bay 17.503. Rama 17.507. And Joe 5.13. All cars done. Thank you. Okay, group 2, you leave your car and then please come out for marshal. Remember, we'll do photo taking after this.
You never say tire, you say no tire, you see.
Okay, group 3, Ismail, Julian, Nicholas, Don, and Sean. Group 2 to marshal, please. Group 2. Group 2, you need you to marshal. Jake, don't stop your car there. Jake, don't stop your car there.
Don't put your car there. People will drive into it. Wait further down, corner there.
Nicholas running, Nicholas.
Okay.
Yeah. How about Sean? Sean, check in, please. Thank you, sorry. Okay, group 2 to marshal, yeah? Group 2. We just need Nicholas to check in and we are good to go. All cars checked in. Cars to the start. Start order will be Ismail, Julian, Nicholas, Don, and Sean. Cars to the start. No more laps. Okay, drivers ready. Marshals ready. Let's go racing. Ismail, Julian, Nicholas, Don, and Sean. Oh, Sean spotting new body shell. New car. Huh? $16.5 for Pansy, $16.8 for Nicholas, $16.6 for Dawn, $16.9 for Sean and Julian. After 2 laps, it is Ismail. No, it's Nicholas going into the lead in the all. Nicholas takes the body shell and immediately goes faster. But Ismail comes back on lap 4 with a 0.3 second lead over Nicholas. Julian in 3, Sean in 4, Don in 5. The leader coming in the middle double, the blue, white and red. That's Ismail. 0.3 seconds up on Nicholas. Oh. Julian has a hard one into the pole. 0.6 seconds separating first and second at the moment. 16-1, we are into the 16-1 lap time now, the track drive. photo taking after this, and then we'll run for you drive final number 2. Halfway mark now, 2.5 minutes to go. The lead is now up to 2 seconds for Ismail over Nicholas. Three down, 2 to go. Remaining. Ismail on pace for 19 lap run. Nicholas just outside a 19 lap pace. 18.501 is the current pace. So if you want to go into a 19 lap, just need to pick up the pace slightly. Give the time 1 second, 1.3 seconds. Then the last 60 seconds here. So we have Ismail, Nicholas, Don, Julian, and Sean. The lead is up to 5.6 seconds now. So it looks like Ismail will take another win here in this round number 4. Unless something catastrophic happens. 25 seconds. Not a problem for Don. Joe, the car off the track, Joe. That will give Sean a chance to move up. Nicholas Zedar. Finish the lap on, guys. Here comes Ismail all the way. Julian finishes in third. Waiting for Sean. Don Zedar. All cars done. Okay, photo taking. Guys, can we have you bring out everyone in the pit? Please bring out your car. We'll do a photo taking. Those group 3, don't go in. Group 3, just line up. It's not very organized, the photo taking. Don't bring your car in, Sean. Photo taking. Photo taking. And who are the top 4 after qualifying? Here we go. EQ, Ismail Apandi. Finishing P2, Nicholas. 3, Julian Fu. And 4, Bazli.
Always a go faster, you just go. Yeah, he squeeze, squeeze.
Okay, so next up we do the forward drive.
Forward drive, forward drive. Gabriel, you doing your car, Gabriel? Gabriel, your car, Gabriel? Gabriel, you doing your car? Gabriel? Okay, forward drive first, you can get ready. Need a marshal from group 3. Okay, forward drive starting in 4 this time round will be Fazli, 2 will be Rama, 3 Eric. Group 3 drivers to marshal please. Okay, let's take one more lap and then we'll line up the grid. Huh? Okay, no more laps, no more laps. So starting in 4 will be Fazli, then we have Rama and Eric. Someone help me line up the grid. Thanks, Andrew.
Next row scanner.
Huh? Can. Okay. Okay, drivers ready. Marshals ready. We go racing on the toad. Good start there. Fazli on the pole position. Arama goes on to the pipe, rolls it over. This the advantage. So Fazli who runs away now with a big lead. 20. Oh, Rama also rolls it over. It's a 5.9 second lead now for Buzz. Whoa, Eric, big air, big air. Yeah, leader behind you, Eric, thank you. Rama, you have 5 seconds. You closed up by 0.9 over last lap. Oh. Let's see what the gap is this time. 4.6. Rama is slowly but surely closing the gap to Basri. Oh, now we'll see a big closure as he loses one wheel.
Because the printout should be inside.
And that will see Eric move up into second place. Two and a half minutes remaining. To go. Okay, after this, we will be running the bump up finals. Remember, the bump up finals are only for purposes of bumping up.
The worst idea in all my
Rama on pace for 17.504. 1.5 minutes to go.
And they survived the 1.5 minutes. Just like last man standing at it.
Run night. I thought Julian is marshalling.
The result will be consequential here.
There was a clear start to the car, but it was a guy from the other end of the track who reached it first. 45 seconds to go. And Eric Shaw is coming up. Someone give him a hand. Oh, someone help.
Overtake him, overtake him.
Four laps permitted. So, Eric was waiting for Rama to cross the line. All comes Rama takes the win.
Hey, where was the rest? Lama, you fully
Okay, give me some time to sort out the finals.
The main, see dulu. Blue big. What? Polar say. He name my one. I don't want to bump up. I want to say.
Okay, so I'm bringing out the final grouping for the come up only. So Ismail, I think you need to explain to Rama how the come up works.
He understands they play Bamba.
But our Bama I think not quite the same as them.
Easy lah.
Okay, Ismail, please pick up the come up, the pin up. Okay, so the first Bama final will be Jola, Gabriel, Abun, Gavin, Dola, and Eric. Wait, hold on. Hold on.
No, just flow on flow.
Hold on, let me just make an adjustment. Okay, so hold on now, the first bump up final will be 4 guys, Abun, Gavin, Tola, and Eric. Abun, Gavin, Tola, and Eric. B bump up final. But it's only for bump up, okay? Four guys, we are looking for the top 2 to then have a chance for another bump up. So Abun, Gavin, Tola, and Eric. Is Eric running? We need a marshal from A-Main. Cannot. Then we have the marshals from the A-Main, the top 4. Guys, come on. Ismail, Nicholas, Julian, and Fazli. Ismail, Nicholas, Julian, and Fazli to marshal. Okay, so we have 3 cars here. Abun, Gavin, Tola. Eric cannot run, is it? The rest, have you checked in? Can you run through the group? Okay. Okay. So Abun, Gavin, and Tola.
2-wheel drive spoil as well. Yeah, 2-wheel drive.
Okay, I remember top 2 the chance to go up again. Guys, I think to guys, listen, in the interest of time for this bump up, I just run 3 minutes, okay? 3 minutes.
Why not all 3 go bump? All 3 bump into the other group.
Then 9 cars is a lot. Or 7 cars.
That's not fair, no.
Okay, 3 minutes, yeah? Let's go racing on the turn. Oh no! What happened to Gavin? Oh. So we have our results. Okay. Bum up is done. Bum up is done. Okay, no point running. We stop. Abul and Tola for bum up into the next final.
That was fast.
That was 1 minute.
You want to save time, right?
Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
Very good.
Yeah.
Hey, but you're
Okay, you're running next already. You're running next. So no need to do it.
Hey, you need exercise.
Okay. See, Bama.
That was quick.
Rama, Sean, Joe, Gabriel, Abul, and Tola. We'll run 3 minutes, so these guys here, you want to save your battery. Rama,
Hey. Ask Rama the rest.
Rama, Sean, Joe, Gabriel. Rama, Sean, Joe, Gabriel. Will join, or rather, Abul and Tola will be joining you.
This is what? D to A.
C to B.
D to B. D to B. Ni kat nombor 1.
That sound D.
Dia tahu D to C ya?
Because 444. Because 444.
Ya, correct.
Rama, Sean, Joe, Gabriel, Abul, and Tola. Amen, drivers to Marshall, amen. And everyone else to help, getting to help also. Okay, sun is out, so we have our 6-car grid. Don't line up there, not yet. Let Sean do a lap, Sean. Okay, guys, good. Cars to the start. Are we going to line up the grid? I think let's line up on the second tier. We'll line up on the upper tier. 6 cars, no more laps. Cars to the start. Rama will start in 4, Sean in 2nd, Joe 3, Gabriel 4, Abun 5, and Tola 6. So remember the top 2, you will run in the next warm-up final, okay? Sean Lee 2nd, Joe 3, Gabriel 4. So closer. Looks very close. Okay.
You wanna?
Hold on, guys. Practice. See whether the tone, you can hear the tone. Don't go, don't go. Don't go. Okay, we'll do a manual one. Marshals, where everyone here? There, over there, left side. Anyone in the corner? Okay, drivers ready. Thank you, class. Drivers ready, marshals ready, we go racing on the tour. Good start there, Rama. Moves away slightly from Sean. And following behind is Joe. Joe very closely following behind Sean Lee. Sean goes a bit wide. Joe takes the inside line. And goes through by overshoots the corner. Oh! And picking up the new end is Gabriel going up to P2. Joe recovers in 3. Then we have Sean dropping to 4, Abun and Tola. That's the race order. Gabriel has a bit of a mistake on the big jump, and Sean is right there now coming up behind Gabriel. In the meantime, Rama is coasting for a big lead. Here comes the move from Sean on the inside, goes into P2. Gabriel comes back with a big jump, nice one there. Gabriel picks up second through the loop, down the wall right. Sean has a look on the inside. Gabriel jumps through here, and both of them make a mistake. And here comes Abun. Abun goes up into second place. How come? Hello, Sean. Please give the position back to Abun. Thank you. Marshall in the middle. And Sean moves up into second. So Rama, Sean, Abun, Gabriel, Joe, and Tola. That's your race order. Remember, we're running 3 minutes, which gives us only 30 seconds remaining. Oh no, what's that? Tola has a problem. 20 seconds to go. 20 seconds to go. Rama coasting to a good bump up here. With just 10 seconds, should be one more lap after this. Oh no! Problem for Rama. Keep going. And Joe takes the win. Rama finishes in second. Sean misses out. In third, we have Abun and Gabriel to finish. Abun and Gabriel to finish. All cars done. So Joe and Rama go up into the B bump up final.
running second. You added a lap to Joe. 0.04.
Yeah, 0.04.
0.4 seconds.
You would have counted.
No, unless the manual add.
I wouldn't have added.
Guys, hold on, now let us check the results.
Manual, it was a manual.
Right, hold on now, hold on now. Looks like we might have an error here.
Because Joe was never in the.
He was at first. Then after that, I don't know what happened. There was a time that he was ahead of Sean. Then I don't know. This on left time will be wrong.
Yeah, because there's a 0.0.
No, because there's no 30 plus hours.
So he will have been one lap down.
Yes, one lap down. Yeah, it would be Rama, Sean, Bampa.
Yeah.
Joe in third. Rama, Sean,
No,
Bampa.
but why? But then
Eh?
you would have been one lap less.
Yeah, correct.
So you wouldn't have been third. But it doesn't matter. Joe, were you running in third position? I don't think so. How did it 0.04 make?
Okay, it looks like actually there was an error in the result. So Sean will come up with Rama. Okay, so Sean, are you ready, Sean? Sorry about that, Joe. Sorry, Joe. I think you got no worries.
What's that? I thought victory.
2 minutes to start. So it'll be Sebastian, Andrew, Don, Bay, Rama, and Sean. Yeah. 3 minutes. Can you hear that? Can you hear that tone just now? Okay, Sean. Okay, Sean's out. Marshals. in, guys. Please check in.
Yes, you. No.
Please check in. Right, thanks, sir. Waiting for Andrew and Bay to check in. So we need the marshals, please, guys. It's an important race. Huh? Rain. Okay, Sean, we need you out quickly. It's starting to drizzle. No more laps, no more laps. Number 1 will be Sebastian, followed by Andrew. Then Don in 3, Bay in 4, Rama 5, Sean 6. Sean.
Okay.
Where's Sean? You Sean now? Okay, so sorry. Okay, I will have the computer countdown, huh? Okay, drivers ready, marshals ready, we go racing on the toe. And it's Sebastian leading the way with Andrew close behind. Sean already moved up into 3rd position. Oh, Rama drops off. 30 seconds down, 2.5 minutes to go. And the Papa and the son are now leading. And the Papa spins around, gives up the position to Andrew. We're 45 seconds down. Dudley moves from the back of the grid up into P1. And in the warm-up spot into the A main after a very tough qualifying by his standards. Andrew in 2nd. We'll see what Andrew does here. We'll see whether Andrew goes all the way to the warm-up or no. Here comes Andrew right on the tail of Sean. Looks like Don is very close as well with 1.5 minutes to go. Oh! And Don goes through. That looks quite authentic. So Sean, Andrew, Don, Rama, Bay, and Sebastian. With just over 1 minute to go. Oh no! Sebastian rolls over. Who's that in the gap? Rama! 1 minute to go. Oh, good move there by Sean. Going on the inside. And Andrew rolls it. Don is right behind there with 40 seconds to go. Andrew looks like he's trying, but I'm not so sure. 8 seconds, 9, 30 seconds to go. Sean just needs to hold on for another 30 seconds. And Andrew as well. Sorry, Don. Sean and Don. Oh. This should be the last lap. Finish the lap you're on. Here comes Sean for the win. And Don bumps up as well. So Sean and Don to the bump up. All cars are done. Thank you.
Daniel want to go Penang very hard.
Apa dia bilang?
Tempat tadi nak pergi.
Okay. Dua weh.
Ismail, can you give me the printout? No, I need the printout. Okay, so the A main will be Ismail, Nicholas, Julian, Fazli, Sean, and Don. So now we will be running A main. Now after this, we're running A main. I need the printout.
Gone. The result for the one that the Joe that race, the bum up, C bum up, C bum up. No, is it down here? It's down here? C final. Final one, C final. Is that one with Joe in it? Final run one. C is it? Joe run first. Yeah. Can you give me the one?
Okay, so the B main, listen up, B main will be Sebastian, Andrew, Faye, Rama, Joe, and Abun. C main will be Gabriel, Paula, Gavin, and Eric. Alright? So A main, Ismail, Nicholas, Julian, Fazli, Sean, and Don. We start in 5 minutes, yeah guys, A main, 5 minutes.
He's coming on C final one.
No, A.
A final.
Yeah. Because the Because the rest only 2 finals, you see. The rest only 2 finals, why not?
Okay, next up we're running the A final. A final, we start in 3 minutes, 3 minutes.
Go master the problem.
Okay, we need the C main drivers to marshal please. Sorry, we need the B main drivers to marshal, yeah, B main. Sebastian, Andrew, Bay, Rama, Joe, and Abun to marshal please. Okay, it's drizzling, but I think we can still run. So, guys, if you all want to agree, you all want to step 1 step back so that you're under the shelter. Up to you guys. Waiting for Julian and Sean. And the B main drivers to marshal please. Julian and Sean.
1 minute to start.
1 minute to start.
Seconds to start.
Step after.
Start
Let me
position.
pull my numbers in so that you won't get wet.
That one ah.
30 seconds to start. Start. Order. Card. 1 card. 2 card. 3 card.
Okay.
4 card. 5 card.
All cars checked in. Okay, no more laps, no more laps. There's someone help me line up the grid. Ismail on pole, Nicholas 2, Julian 3, Fazli 4, Sean 5, and Don 6. So you have a good start, guys. Take it easy at the start. Drivers are ready. Marshals ready. We go racing on the tour.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Sorry about that. That was a bit soft. A good start there. Ismail and Nicholas up front. Followed by Julian and 3. Good start, guys. Good start. leaders. Broken, remove the car, remove the car. Joe, bring it in. Come. And it's Ismail now with a 2-second lead on Julian. Fastly making a move up into third position from 4th. Sean has moved up from 5th to 4th as well. And we have Don. 1 minute down. 3.5 second lead now for Ismail. Very close as Sean makes a crossover move and goes up into second. Sean Lee making the bump up from B up into second. Onto the small double at the far left hand, up the wall right. Sean had a funny move there. Fastly up into third. Sean in 4 and then Julian drops down to 5th. Coming up to 2 minutes on the master clock. Big lead now for Ismail, almost 7 seconds. But Sean now has clear track in front of him.
3 minutes to drive.
Track is 7.6 seconds, 3 minutes to go. Ismail comes in with a 16 flat, fastest lap. Let's see what Sean comes in with. 16.6. Lead is up to 8.2 seconds. Another 16 flat for Ismail. Obviously having a better tire choice this time. Sean 17 flat. Drops further back and in fact is being tackled right now by Fazli. And Fazli goes into the pipes, rolls it over, and Don moves up into third. 3 minutes down, 2 minutes to go. Slight drizzle here on the roof.
2 minutes to drive.
Ismail puts the left in on Julius. 3 down, 2 to go. Last lap by Sean, the 17.4 is now 7 seconds back in second place. Sean is only 2 seconds behind. He's taken there by Fazli.
Drive.
1 minute to go. 3 seconds is the gap between Sean and Don. And Sean is 8 seconds behind the leader, Ismail. 45 seconds to go. This is AB number 1. 30 seconds to go. Oh, that's Sean.
To drive.
Shell is off. And he recovered in time with 25 seconds to go. Don goes into P2. And Sean's trouble weekend continues. This should be the final lap after this. Gap between Sean and Don is 3.6 seconds. Finish the lap on. Julian, you're done. Fazli, you're done. Here comes Don to take second place. And Ismail with the win there. Don to finish in third position. All cars done. Thank you. Next up, we'll run C main. Gabriel, Paula, Gavin, and Eric. C main will start in 5 minutes.
C 妹，你不是你 B 妹啊？
5 minutes to start.
阿文阿文。
Start. Order. Card. 1. Card. 2. Card. 3. Card. 4.
The B main will be C main. Gabriel, Paula, Gavin, and Eric. We start in 4 minutes.
Slow.
For me, right?
One minute to start. "45 seconds to start. Go to your start position." 30 seconds to start. Start. Order. Car 1, car 2, car 3, car 4.
Oh yeah.
10, 9, 8.
Am I like team first, then after that boy? Sorry.
After rain is coming in.
I think the only way.
The other canvas, can you bring the other canvas?
It was like.
Huh? Eric running? Eric, you running?
Yeah.
C-main guys, are you ready? Gabriel, Paula, Gavin, and Eric. You're running next.
Yeah.
Very careful around. Why?
This one you can put in.
Huh? You can go to here because the ring is coming in like here.
Yeah, that one can use.
Without the announcement, nobody can. Huh? The announcement, nobody can. Inside cannot hear me. No wonder lah. Careful lah. I think inside too soft already. No.
That's best. Can you hear me inside? Can you hear me inside now?
Just give me the teammate, I'll go in from there.
Turn up the volume. Is the
Listen
volume
down there.
a bit more? I think just a bit.
Okay, C-main will be Gabriel, Paula, Gavin, and Eric.
Oh, baby.
Set. Now it's good. Now it's good. Now. Okay, better. Can you? Now. Can you hear me inside? Okay, we need Gabriel, okay, Paula, Gavin, and Eric to check in. Okay, all cars checked in. Guys, remember this is final is 2 legs, so best 1 or 2 to count. Okay, no more laps. Let's line up the grid. Starting in pole will be Gabriel, followed by Paula, Gavin, and Eric. Guys, I suggest we all move back, okay, 1 step so that your transmitter doesn't get wet. Or line up at the back rail. Okay, someone to line up the grid. So Gabriel 4, Paula 2, Gavin 3, Eric 4. Now we have sun also, despite the rain. Okay. Drivers ready? Marshals ready? We go racing on the toe.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Yeah, stop. Okay, I'll do manual, okay? Alright.
Okay, done.
Right. You soften it, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on now, I try again.
You increase the volume of your laptop.
Yeah. I did.
Oh, just now cannot hear. Try again.
Test. Here we go racing on the toe.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Okay, it's Gabriel taking the lead here. Bola in second, then we have Kevin. And Eric. Oh no. Eric goes up into P2 after the incident there involving Bola and Kevin. Looks like Bola comes out first. Oh no, Eric rolls it over and Kevin goes up into second.
Problems to drive.
One down for the goal. So despite the rain, we also have some sun. So it's Gabriel with our 8.7 second lead over Kevin. The 2 Gs and 1 E. Eric Chu in third position. Unfortunately, the DNF from Bola.
2 minutes to drive.
2 down, 3 to go. Next up will be B main. So 1 lap lead now for Gabriel. Kevin and Eric very close, fighting for second place. There they are back to back on the track. That's the fight for second. Eric goes left, right, both of them go right. Both of them roll over at the same time. And they resume in the same order. Kevin goes big power, goes past Eric into second. Coming up to 4 minutes. Kevin goes, takes 2 bites of the cherry at that pipe. 1 minute to go. Big lead from Gabriel. And Gavin and Eric are still fighting it out. Eric resumes retake second spot. Oh, there. Gavin looks for the inside line into the fight. And he goes right and into that corner, into that hole.
30 seconds to
30
go.
seconds to go. Eric holding on to second. Eric, you can hold on for 2 more laps. Oh. Should be 1 more lap after this for Eric. And Kevin make it past the line. To make it the last lap dash. Yes. Race to the line, guys.
Time is over. Race.
Finish the lap you're on. Here comes Eric to finish. Upside down. Quick, quick. Here comes Gavin. Gary lets it short. Oh no, Eric. And Eric finishes in second. Gavin in third.
Finished. 3.
And the winner, Gabriel, takes final number 1. All cars are done. Ismail, please collect the printout, the race results. Next up, B-main number 1.
Oh, sorry.
Next up, four-wheel drive, four-wheel drive. We forgot about four-wheel drive. Rama, Eric, and Fazli. Ismail, can you run this final? I need to.
Four-wheel drive, 1 minute to start.
Your view got tighten or not?
Fazli's walking, waiting for Eric and Rama. Four-wheel 5 runs. 6 runs. All 6 runs, is it? Oh,
I only do 4. I didn't set.
okay. Alright. But this one, the final is based on. Reedy was taking 4 out of 6, right? Waiting for Eric. I see Rama out.
Yeah.
This is final number 3 for four-wheel drive. Marshals from the C-main. C-main drivers, can you please come out for marshalling? Thank you. Drivers are all out. Track is open for testing. Track is open for testing. C-main drivers out for marshalling. Thank you. C-main drivers, Gabriel is out. Thank you. Rama and Eric is also out. But racing, Gavin is out. Can I have some volunteer marshals as well, please? Volunteer marshals, then we can start the race. Start the race from the bottom, guys. Please come down. Four-wheel drive starts from the bottom. I'm so sorry.
This run, we have Rama starting on pole. Eric in second. Fazli, last. Volunteer marshals, those inside. Can we have some volunteer marshals? Starting on pole is Rama. Second is Eric. Eric is second. Fazli is third. Drivers, ready? Listen to the tone.
9,
Ayo. And all drivers go. Rama there in the he makes the roll at the hairpin corner. Fazli now at the crossover down the second floor under the bridge. Front straight for his first lap. Leading is Fazli followed by Rama. Gap 3 seconds after the first lap. Next up is B main final drivers. Please stand by. Still Fazli from Rama. Gap is 3.5 seconds now on the second lap. One minute down. 4 more minutes of racing left. It's Fazli from Rama. Gap is building up. Last time by Fazli doing a 16.6. Rama 17.4. Eric 27.3. You guys at the crossover. Watch it. Work together, guys. Something not right. Eric taking it easy. He just mounted the ESC. At least the ESC never burn. This car ESC lucky one never burn. Take out put other car burn. Still Fazli from Rama. Gap is 4.7 seconds. Fazli is the yellow and blue. Down at the front straight just before the transponder line. Up to our top tier to the double. Hairpin. Chicane. Up the wall right. That is Fazli just passing Eric. Down our high speed chicane under the bridge. To the second crossover. That is 1 lap at Urban. 17.2 seconds. Rama last time by 69. Gap has gone down to 3 seconds. Fight is not over between these two. 1 and 2. Last time by Fazli 16.5. Rama 16.5. Identical lap times between the two. With 2.5 minutes left of racing. Fazli now up to the front straight. Down to the transponder line. Here comes Rama. Eric there doing some blocking on the leader. Good chance for Rama to make some ground. Last time by 16.5 for Fazli, 16.4 Rama. Rama makes a mistake. Up on 4 wheels. Thank God. Ready for the next lap. 17.6 Fazli on a slow lap. 19.6 Rama. With 2 more minutes left. 2 more minutes of racing left. Still Fazli from Rama. Close to half a lap. Now the gap between the two cars. Rama is the one in white and red. Next up B main drivers. Please get yourself ready. B main drivers. The rain has stopped. The sun is out. will be another different track on the next final. Wet, dry, forever changing racing conditions here over at Urban Playspace. Less than 1 more minute left. It's still Parsley from Rama. Gap is now up to 10 seconds. Last time by Parsley 17-4. Rama 16-7. This time, Parsley passing the line with a 16-9. Rama 17-1. Last 30 seconds, drivers. Final 30 seconds. Still Parsley from Rama. Last time by Parsley doing his best lap of the run. That's 16-3. And a tire coming out. That's Eric. Missing a tire. It was Parsley a while ago. Ouch. Complete the lap here on drivers. Complete the lap. Rama, you are done. Parsley, you are done. All drivers complete. Taking the win for this run. Parsley with 18 laps. 5:07. Next up. B-Main. Run number 1. B-Main, we have Sebastian, Andrew, Bay, Rama, Joe, Abun. Track is open, drivers.
Oh, shit, no one. Don't copycat, ah. One ice cream now, baby.
The start is out. Press. La 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 la. La 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 la. Okay, B-Main. Okay, B-Main drivers. We need Bay, Rama and Abun to check in. Marshals from C-Main, please. Okay, starting in Pearl will be Sebastian, followed by Andrew, Bay, Rama, Joe, and Abu. Okay, let's line up the grid.
Sam will start in pole. Andrew 2, Bay 3, Rama 4, Joe 5, and Boone 6. Rama a bit further back, Joe a bit further back. Yeah. And Arun a bit further back. Okay. Anyone else at the left hand side marshalling? Eric, we need to marshal Eric. Or fixing car. How about anyone on this side? Jim, you help me, marshal you. On the right hand side here. Thank you. Anyone who stands outside is always in danger of being called to be marshaled. Okay, drivers, ready. Let's go racing on the toe.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Start there for Sebastian. Followed very closely by Dave. Problem for Rama, bring upside down, drops into the back of the field. It's Sebastian, Andrew, and Dave. First, second, third, very close. Andrew makes a mistake, drops to fourth position now. As Joe moves up to third. Then we have Arun and Rama rounding up the 6-car field here in the B lane. Dave very close now to Sebastian. It's a 3-car fight for the lead. Mistake by Joe. Drops to fourth, drops to fifth. Next up, Eamon. Track conditions making things very difficult indeed. As the track guys marshal. And it's Sebastian and Bay still fighting it out front, first and second. Coming to the wall right. Sebastian in the orange car. Bay in the green car. Gap for less than 1 second now. At 1 second, the difference between Sebastian and Bay. Watching the battle up front. The lead is 1.4 seconds. Step going big over the middle double. They left it a bit short in the front double. The gap is up to 1.7 seconds. We are at the halfway mark. Coming up to 3 minutes on the master clock. Just over 2 minutes to go.
To drive.
Marshal in the middle. The lead is up to 2.3 seconds. 2.3 seconds. Your leader is the orange car. Second place is the green car. Running in third is Andrew. Andrew is not that far back of Dave. Just 2 seconds. Let's do this shot this time round. In the middle double. Up the ram eagles. First, second, third are almost equidistant apart. Andrew closes up to a 1.6 seconds deficit. from Dave. As I say that, he makes a mistake with 1 minute to go. They coming over the big bubble. Very close now for second place. 0.8 seconds. Andrew closes right up there on the left hand side, wall right. Big double. He goes, has a look on the inside, checks up. So Abun, you got second coming up to you. The fight for second place. Oh my god. That sounded painful. 30 seconds to go. And in fact, Sebastian is not too far away, even as second and third fight it out. This could be the last lap. Should be one more lap after this. If they make it by the line, it's very close, it's going to be very close. Keep going, guys, keep going. Time is over. Finish the lap you're on and Sam takes the win. They will finish in second. Andrew. Oh no, Joe has a problem. Joe will limp across the line. All cars are done. Andrew finishes in third, plus 0.9 seconds back. Joe in fourth, Rama 5, and Boone in 6. All cars done. Like no one wants to stop running. Next up, A-Main number 2. Timeout call by Ismail, ESC problem. 5 minutes, timeout. Andy with a problem. me the B main driver, sir, to stand by, the marshal. So after the A main, we'll run the 4-wheel drive last final. Wow.
Got pit crew one ah. Oh,
Mechanic,
Ismail.
okay, here comes this now. Let's run the left. So starting in pole position will be Ismail, followed by Nicholas, Julian, Parsley, Sean, and Don. Okay, no more laps, no more laps. Let's line up the grid. A bit further up. Wow, that's good. Everyone is reverse. Okay, we give Ismail a chance to calibrate. Huh? Okay, cars ready, drivers ready. Let's go racing on the go.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Have a good start, guys. First and second. Pull away, slight gap already. Going up. The third is Parsley. Julian drops the ball. Nicholas looking very fast indeed. And a look at the inside. So some defending to do now. Julian retakes third position. Oh, Marshall in the middle.
4 minutes
Oh
to
man, we
drive.
have everyone being connected there. Oh, aside. And out of all that, it is Sean Lee, your leader. Fuzzy goes P2, Julian 3, Ismail 4, Nicholas 5. Advantage Sean. Unfortunate incident there. Ismail also has brought up into third. Problems, oh dear, looks like our rank is just hacked. Guys, be very careful when you're running on the ramp. Don't jump on it because it's wet. It is plywood. And 2 minutes now, it is Sean Lee. And the fight is the big fight now for second between Fuzzy and Ismail. To the wall right. To the 90 degree. Oh, and Fuzzy hits the pipe. Loses the spot. Loses 2 spots. And Julian goes up to third. Fuzzy drops the ball. Don is 5th and Nicholas is 6th. Ismail goes below 16 seconds with a 15.9. Oh, Nicholas puts up. Okay.
2 minutes to drive.
Julian has a problem. Looks like Nicholas not having the best of days here. The gap between first and second is only 1.5 seconds. To the left hand chicane, wall right, middle double. Ismail kisses the pipe. Big air to the double in the middle. Looks much closer than that. Oh, but Ismail has got the Astro hanging off the back of his car. 0.9 seconds the difference. Marshall, Andrew. And that's that position. Fuzzy, who was catching Ismail actually. Here comes Julian, loading up on Fuzzy. Plenty of battles throughout the grid. 1 minute to go. The gap the last time round was 4 seconds. It will be closer than that this time. 3 seconds. So Ismail cut it by 1 second. The last lap. And I think it's even closer now as Sean goes sideways with the last turn. 1.8 seconds the difference.
30 seconds to
30
drive.
seconds out, Ismail hits the
30
pipe.
seconds to drive.
Goes a bit right. 30 seconds, 20 seconds to go. The gap is 2 seconds. Can Sean hold on? With 16 seconds to go. It should be a dash to the line. Keep going, keep going. Gap is 1.8 seconds.
Car 4.
Finish the lap you're on. Here comes Sean.
Finish.
And you hold on to Ismail makes a mistake.
Finish.
And Sean takes the win. Here in time number 2, Ismail finishes again. All cars are done.
Next one you kena aja you. Lama.
Next up, 4-wheel drive.
Sweet potato. Kau ni anak, you know?
So 4-wheel drive class, Eric, Fazli, and Rama. You're up. In 5.
So this is the last final.
5 minutes
Sorry,
to
right,
start.
Yeah, last.
Start. Order. Car 1,
Enough.
car
Tired.
2, car 3.
So this is the last 4-wheel and for the B,
One more.
one more. Oh, last. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Last
okay.
round, last round.
Last one.
Okay, last round of finals, starting off with 4-wheel drive, final number 4. So waiting for Eric and Fazli.
Last round.
Can we have the A-main drivers to marshal?
Huh? Yeah? 3.
Fazli, can you remind me? Fazli, can you hear me? Fazli. Okay, so Marshall. Marshall from A-main. A-main drivers, can we have you Marshall please? Ismail, Sean,
I cover all of you.
who's that? Andrew.
Every round must be man. Very hot leh. Your name very hot leh. 2 round in a row already now. Third one again. Your name very good.
You A-main, right?
Where got aim?
Oh, you not ah? So,
Sorry, Don.
I planned so long already. Again, aim. Aim is a bit hot.
Sorry, I thought you were A-main. I see you up. Okay, so start in 4 will be Eric, Fazli, and Rama. This one can you line up? Thank you, Sean. So there will be a big final coming up in the A-main. Nope, sorry. Okay, drivers ready, marshals ready, let's go racing on the road.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
And Rama is on his way. Running 2 classes today. Feeling a little bit of fatigue, a bit tired already. Practicing a 1 minute down. 4 to go.
4 minutes to drive.
But we have very tight race. Up front, first and second. Between Rama and Fazli. try to do an air overtake. Marshall, please wait, Fazli. Okay. Here we go. Here comes Eric. 1.5 minutes down, 3.5 to go. What was that? This one. So now with that, what about the ping pong? Is it? Ismail. We have a problem in the track. Can you look? That down ramp there. Take it easy when you're coming down the big second gear. Because we have a down track there. So take it easy.
Drive.
Past the 3-minute mark. That sounded very painful, but car is still running. 5.7 seconds lead for Rama with 1.5 minutes to go. My friend, look at him. Car.
1 minute to drive.
1 minute to go. Seconds remaining here in final 4.
30 seconds to drive.
Unsafe release there. So, it should be the last lap now. 7.8 seconds lead for Rama.
Over. Race finished.
And Rama takes the win here in final number 4.
Car 3.
Waiting for cars. And all cars are done.
Okay, after this, B.
After this, we're running C2. Okay, C main number 2. Gabriel, Paula, Gavin, and Eric, please get ready. Ishmael, can you pick up the printout, please? Gabriel and Paula, you're up. Teammate number 2, Gabriel and Paula. Andrew Tao to Marshall, Andrew Tao.
Whose car is that there? Is that Ismail? What is that?
One minute to start.
Gabriel, are you running, Gabriel?
Seconds to start. Go to your start position.
Yeah.
30 seconds to start. Start. Order. Card 1, card 2, card 3, card 4.
Okay, all cards are checked in. Cards to the start. Cards to the grid.
10, 9, 8.
No more laps, no more laps. Don't destroy your car before we start. Gabriel will start in 2, Paula 2, Gavin 3, Eric 4. Seven. Oh, gitu. Maybe have some more marshals. Let's go racing on the go.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Boxing his way to the front is Eric Chu. Eric got enough practice. Oh, okay. We go that way. So we have Eric, Bola, and Gavin. Third position, Gabriel drops to fourth. But still plenty to race for. Cause, oh my god. Bola hits the side pole. Drops to fourth. Eric looking good there on the wall right. Coming through the 90 degree. Big jump goes left. Goes right. Drops to third position. Now we have Gavin and Bola. Gavin and Gabriel fighting up. Gabriel regains his P1 position. Gabriel who has pulled away. So big lead now. Gavin in second. Bola in third with Eric right behind him. With the height.
3 minutes to
Eric
drive.
goes up to third. Yep. I don't think we ever had anyone drop from that side before.
Bola by two. Boy, you see, it helps people some more though. The heart don't line one. Now one more.
2.5 minutes. So Gabriel with a 1 lap lead now over Gavin, Bola and Eric. 3 minutes down.
2 minutes to drive.
Gabriel with a huge lead, 2 laps. Next up, teammate number 2.
To drive.
Carpet, is it? It's not the carpet, oh, okay. I think we need the rubber sheet. Just to weigh it down. Wow, that was a bit complicated. Guys, take it easy on the down ramp.
10 seconds to
No
drive.
problem with the carpet. It's not. Oh, went through Abun's legs. Last 10 seconds now. morning, guys. Finish the lap, y'all. You are done schedule for the week. Waiting for Paula and Eric to finish. Take it easy on down, you're doing some repairs. All done up.
Ismail, I think why don't we take those
On-road track, the green carpet on the rubber mat. Next up, B-main, number 2. Okay, take time, guys. Take time. Let's do something.
No, I choose not. The whole different car. The wire coming out from the ear going to the receiver. The one where. So I have to run this one. That's why the ear power bank all different. Sorry? No, the power bank all different. Then I was running in reverse.
Okay, B-main. Sebastian, Andrew, Bay, Rama, Joe, and Abu. Please check it. Waiting for Rama to check it. Can we have the C-main drivers to Marshall? C-main. Okay, all cars checked in. No more laps. No more laps. Let's line up the grid. No more left. Starting in pole will be Sebastian, then Andrew, Bay, Rama, Joe, and Abu. So how many line up the grid? Sebastian in pole, Andrew in 2. Bay in 3, Rama in 4, Joe in 5, and Abu in 6. Not so close, not so close, not so close. Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you, Gabriel. Marshall's in position. Take it easy, guys. Let's go racing on the toe.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Sebastian. Andrew Tao, your leader, followed by Rama. Joe in the middle. What's it? Oh, unfortunately, incident for Joe. Going to the... No, no, no! No! Front side, yes. Rama takes the lead. Followed by Andrew. Rama, friend from Indonesia. First race here on Astro. And a good start to qualifying. Watch it, go! Leaders coming through.
4 minutes to drive.
Andrew regains the lead. He spins out. Rama goes through. Let's try to fight now. As they come, oh, Rama got excited there coming down the ramp. Sebastian is back up into third position. Bay just behind him. Here comes first and second again. Take it easy. Bay running in third now. Joe is 4. Joe goes up. No, Joe is 1 lap down. What a battle up front.
3 minutes to drive.
Rama goes into the lead. First and second on the upper tier. Coming to the left hand side. To the wall right. To the 90 degree. They land on top of each other. Andrew goes through into the lead. 2.5 minutes down. What a fight that is for the lead. The leader, Andrew Tao. Followed by Rama and Sebastian Lee. Again, though, coming down the rail, watch it.
Drive.
The gap 1.6 seconds between first and second. Watch it, Gabriel. Leader coming up. On Abun, starting second place. So, okay, Abun, thank you so much. Goes up the wall to get out of the way. Oh, Andrew spins out and Rama into the lead again. Rama accelerates at the wrong time. Andrew goes back up into the lead with 1.5 minutes to go. What a race this is. Andrew and Rama fighting it out whole race long. To the hairpin. Up the ramp. They have just got back up in the third position. 1 minute to go. We're watching the fight for first and second, for first and a fight for third position. Green Bay and Sebastian. Bay goes a bit wide and Sebastian goes through in the third. Andrew down the leader with 30 seconds to go, makes a slight mistake. Oh no! Two of them come together. The marshal has to decide. He proceeds side by side. Good move there. Andrew goes back into the lead. It should be one more lap after this. Side by side they go through the wall right. The big air. It should be one more lap after this. Andrew tries to move on the inside. This will be a dash to the line, last lap.
Race finished.
Rama with the lead.
5.
To the big double. The middle double now. Clear. Watch it. And Rama takes the win here in B-main number 2. What a race. Good job guys. All cars are done. Sebastian finishes in third, Day in fourth, Abu in 5 and Joe in 6. All cars done. No more laps. No more laps. The race guys. Okay, B-main out to Marshall please. Last race for the day. It's been a long day. So we're waiting for Fazli. And B-main drivers to Marshall please. B-main, this is A-main. Number 3, a very important final. Nothing is decided. Oh dear. Can I
Wait for Adon, 5 minutes. Always.
time out? Become.
We need to charge up the batteries for the kids coming.
That's for the kids. Just wayang only mah.
You need them to run. They're not going to wayang for you unless you have a car for them to run. They're still going to run, so please charge up 5 batteries. Sean and Isma.
Today we're on,
On.
Okay.
Luckily the weather cleared up.
I heard the faces the other day, you're the one who.
Third position, Julian and Frosty fighting it out. Frosty having the advantage, 16 points left.
Yeah. I think yeah. You shouldn't come out. You mean the one that you lost, is it? No. Yeah. Is it? Yeah. For the pin, you initially I get the group is what. Yes. Then you're the one who pick that.
Okay, done it now. Okay, B main drivers to Marshall. B main drivers. Number 2 is empty, so Julian will start 3 because Nicholas went home. Julian 3, pass D 4. Sean 5, Don 6.
This one is 3, this one is 3.
3 is Julian.
Hey, get a room lah.
A bit further up, yeah. Bigger gap, okay. Sean 5, Don 6. Okay, take it easy, guys. I know this is final 3. Please remember your racing etiquette. Drivers ready. Marshall's ready. Let's go racing on the turn.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
No start. Sorry that the car running. Click the transponder. We line up the grid first. We line up the grid.
That's why I went slow. I dropped down and I go slow.
Jin, don't run first, Ken. Wait until we start the race because the beat will distract them. Okay. Let's try it again. Let's go racing on the turn.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Okay, good start this time round. Ismail pulls away from Julian in second. Don in third. Sean in fourth. Don rolls it. So Sean will move up to third position. Ismail, Julian, and Sean. First, second, third. Then we have Fazli. Sorry, Don and Fazli. Fazli and Don. Oh, big jump there, big mistake there. Julian closes in. 1 minute down. Traction roll there for Don. Whereas Sean Lee, who won second final. Maybe the drier track conditions not ideal for him. Ismail, 15.6, fastest lap, 15.3, yeah, earlier. As track dries out. It's a 3-second lead for Ismail over Julian. The leader coming to the start finish line up the second tier, down the left hand side of the track. Blue, red and white, that's your leader.
3 minutes to drive.
2 down, 3 to go. Looks like Sean has got past Julian. Sean up into second. The fight is actually for third position overall, and it's Parsley holding the advantage now over Julian. The earlier tie break will count for nothing. The track is now faster, so it all depends on this run. Huge lead now for Ismail. 9 seconds. Don goes upside down.
Drive.
2 minutes. 3 down, 2 to go. Ismail can take his foot off the pedal just ever so slightly. It's a huge lead, 9.4 seconds. Second place is a red and silver car coming to the front double. One minute to go.
1 minute to drive.
Seconds advantage. So Ismail in the lead. Julian has got by Parsley. So that's that place there for Julian if he can hold on.
30 seconds to
30
drive.
seconds to go. Last 15 seconds.
Time is over.
Time is over. Finish the lap you're on. Here comes Sean and Ismail. Sean goes through, takes the win. And the overall win, Sean is down waiting for Julian.
5.
Parsley is down waiting for Don.
Finish. 3.
And all cars are done.
Finish. 6.
Oh, no way, man.